I had a problem with the YouTube stream where at some point it cut off and never resumed.
Mhm.
So the YouTube one is like 1.5 hours shorter than the Twitter one. And I only recorded to YouTube. I didn't record locally. So yeah, tough. But the interesting part was in the beginning. The end
Yeah.
part was just me struggling with code. So I think I got the important stuff on stream. But yeah, next time we'll do some cooler stuff with OBS.
Yeah.
Let me call Kathy real quick and see.
You bet. I'll get this set up.
Mm-hmm.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. I see Atomic being NDI may help. I use that for OBS dual computer streaming. I'll take a look at it. I'll make a note. We're all three in different places is the thing. So
Yeah, I know it's probably not easy to do. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, we'll stick with the existing stream setup for now. Casey will be here in a couple minutes. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, and then I'll be back, and then we can start with some stuff.
Gotcha. I will entertain people. Good morning, Marlon. Good morning, Ordinal OS. Man, it's funny. I saw Marlon in person in Hong Kong. I saw Ordinal OS, I think, in Hong Kong. I forget who all I've seen in person. You weren't there. Okay. The last few weeks have been a blur. I flipped my sleep schedule a couple times. How's everybody doing today? You thought, yeah, Hong Kong was lit. You certainly were too. I see Elok's typing. What's up, Elok? Saw you in Hong Kong. Kush God, beautiful day out in your area. Also beautiful here, the center of the United States. A lot of people think ordinals are dead, but no, they're not. It's the eternal cycle we all go through. Kush God in Boston. Let's see, we got some familiar faces in the audience. Nine, Greg, Mr. Tax, Skrilla Ventura, Socio, Donter, a lot of familiar faces. Hello, good morning. Maybe I'll type an announcement in the announcements channel. Oh, Tosio says, Charlie smacks Steve for me when you see him. Yeah, my life has transitioned to pretty much only Ordinals folks. Steve from Steve's Cubes is coming into town tonight. Actually staying at the apartment next door. My hair darker. Maybe I've been up all night instead of out in the sun. Oh, Lolo's chiming in here. Shout out Crypto9. I see Crypto9 has been running 24/7, basically co-maintaining the GitHub with Raf. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's right.
Yo, what's up, dude?
GM Casey, you look sharp.
Yeah, boys. What's going on? Anything new and exciting?
There's always something exciting.
Yo.
Lauren says your haircut looks great, Casey.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I need to get haircuts every 6 weeks on the dot. You know, I can't let it keep going. Yo, what's up, Lolo?
Oh, is it shaved on the sides?
Not shaved, it's just short.
You got a
Faded.
fade. You got a fade.
I don't know if it's a fade. I actually think it's just my gray hair on the side makes it look like dramatically like faded.
Good. It works.
Looks sharp.
Nice.
You have the post having glow.
That's right. Yeah, thank God. Nothing went wrong. You know, I mean, Rune's market in the fucking toilet, right?
Oh, who
I fucking
cares?
killed myself.
Who
Rice
cares?
cooker is off screen. Rice cooker is over there. It's you can't see it. Yeah, it's by the stove.
It's also Bitcoin Pizza Day. You boys eating any pizza today?
You boys eating any pizza today?
Well, I only say that because get this. I got for my local Bitcoin meetup, I got a shitcoin company to buy everybody pizza and let us do it all about Bitcoin. So speculative attack on the Near Foundation. Thank you very much. This pizza will taste very good.
I did a fireside chat at a local conference, which was kind of like, it was very shitcoiny, but I was like, you know, it's local. Like I usually have to go fly. Just the most retarded drivel, like AI blockchain, like nonsense, like the most retarded shit I have heard in my life.
AI blockchain.
Nice. Okay, I'm ready to go.
right.
Just turning off notifications, closing shit.
Well, I got to do the spiel too. This is recorded, everybody. So, and I do often record the chat. So, just a heads up. It'll be available on demand afterwards on the Ordinals.org YouTube, Open Ordinals Institute. So,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go.
There's a stream from last week where I was all alone, or with HO. I had a different co-host, had a different OBS setup. It kind of cut off after 1.5 hours, but the interesting part is the first parts, where I kind of did a small roadmap. I just did some bullet points, what we have to do. I might post it on Twitter, so you guys can have a look. But yeah, now we're here, and I think today we're talking about the address index and some recursive endpoints.
Nice.
So let me just check out master. I guess I can just start sharing my screen. I guess we look at the address index PR, and I guess it's for Casey time to review it.
Okay.
So maybe share your screen so it's easier to kind of see what you're looking at.
Okay.
I mean, I can also walk people through it and view as well again, whatever you prefer.
Just, sign into GitHub. This will take a second. I need to add the one password Chrome extension and it should.
Raf, you have the poster say Der Rhinelander right behind you. It looks like you are Der Rhinelander.
Yeah. I mean, I'm born in so the Rhineland is this area in Western Germany where the Rhine goes through. It's a river, and I'm born in this town right here.
Well, it's awesome.
So yeah, I'm actually from there. And this is my father's poster, and he put it in my room. So now I have this beautiful thing here. For any other German in the stream, they know what this is.
Yeah, Raf just doxed himself with a poster.
Yeah, I mean that's not where I am right now, but that's where I'm from. Or I was only born there. I spent less than a year there, so don't really have anything there anymore. Let's have a look at the chat. Everyone's saying hey. Oh, we have some ribbits. Classic. People are asking for seppuku. Seppuku.
Yeah, I'm gonna record it next episode of How Many Pod. Gonna kill myself.
Damn.
You avoid shame.
Yeah, it's honorable. Honorable. Unfortunately, I will not be in Lisbon. Couldn't make it. I'm somewhere else in Germany. But I think the next conference I'm going to is going to be in Nashville. So I'm going to be speaking at Bitcoin Nashville, and then also, of course, inscribing Nashville. So yeah, I expect you all to be there and have fun with us. So yeah, Nashville is going to be epic. Can recommend going to Bitcoin conferences, even if they're huge. It's cool. I also had my first Bitcoin conference last year in Miami, where I met many of the people here today. I think Charlie I met, and then many others for the first time. So it's great. It's great to see people in person. It makes this ecosystem more real.
Order.
Okay, nice.
All right,
Casey's
address
running.
index.
Let's have a look at
Down
the address.
to, no GitHub notifications. Very important. I was at like 200.
Oh man, I'm still up too many.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Okay. Interesting. Index addresses. I'm still like not convinced that this shouldn't be index UTXOs.
We are indexing UTXOs with everything we do. It's not very precise.
Yeah, okay, fine.
And people would be like, oh, I want to track addresses. They don't like, that's what they know.
Yeah. That's what the DJ
I made the inner functions a bit more, so the non-public facing functions, I made more exact.
Okay.
I can have a look. So yeah, I basically create a new table.
Oh, are we gonna do a real walkthrough? I was just like,
I don't know. No, just scroll through. While you scroll through, I'll just explain on a high level. So addresses are like in Bitcoin, you have scripts, and scripts lock Bitcoin. And
question. Why did you resolve this conversation without change again?
oh, because I thought we do the statistic for all the other things, and not all of the statistic functions have a corresponding thing. Like, for example, if you expand, for example, the lost sats one doesn't have a thing, I think. And then also the runes thing also doesn't have a reference thing on the struct.
That's true. I think we should do it for address index, rune index, sat index,
So
and
just,
transaction index.
even though we use it, yeah, I just wanted to stay consistent. But if you want me to change it, I can probably change it.
Yeah, I think we should do it. I mean, these things like runes, they're not set because they change, or lost sats because they can change, whereas these are fixed. So I think we might as well just read them out of settings.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then let me fix that while you go through the rest. Check out address index. Get pull.
So the whole purpose of this is to be able to look up addresses on ordinals.com. So you can look up an address and see how many outputs it has, what BTC it has, what runes it has, and inscriptions. For this one, I don't think this comment is doing a lot of work. I think we can just remove this comment.
Okay. Where is that in the index? 169. 169. Or yeah, 57. Okay, lost sats is not rune index, so self dot as rune index, sat index, self dot as sat index. Okay. So yeah.
So this can be anyhow error. Like converting it to a string loses any additional information.
This is 2217.
Yep. Anyhow can take any type that implements error. If it's a string literal, it gets formatted, but if it's not a string literal, it just converts it to an anyhow error directly.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this address index, Bitcoin has scripts. Scripts have kind of these pub keys, and if these scripts or pub keys of these scripts have a specific format, then they can have an address. So what we're doing here is in the kind of inside, we don't actually track address to an out point. We track a script pub key to an out point. And then when you type in an address into the search field, it takes the address, transforms it to a script, to a representation, and look up.
Oh, you're breaking up.
We're losing you, Raph. Maybe turn your camera off. See if that helps. I think that's better.
It's better?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I turn my camera back on. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. What was the last thing you heard me say?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
I was kind of paying attention.
I was just explaining to the people here what the address index is exactly. So it actually tracks script pub keys to out points, not addresses, since not every script pub key has an address. An address is a standard script. So that script conforms to a specific standard. It has an address representation, which is like can either be a taproot bec32m, or it can be a segwit bec32, or it can be in the legacy address format, which starts with 3 or 1 or even 2 if you're on regtest. And so when you type in an address into the search field, it takes the address, then transforms it into a script, and then transforms that script into its byte representation. And then that byte representation is used as the key to look up the out points associated with that address. And at the moment, this PR only, like in the front end, only shows all the outputs associated with an address. But of course, if you have an output, you could look at that output and see all the inscriptions in it, all the runes in it, all the BTC in it. But that will be up for a follow-up PR. This was supposed to be very simple, so it literally just shows you all the outputs associated with an address. Because there was some other people who had done an address index attempt, but they didn't do it so comprehensively. But they did some nice front end stuff where it would show you more information. So they can now take the base that we've built here and then make the front end more nice, where when you give it an address, it doesn't just show you a list of outputs, but it shows you an aggregated view of, okay, what are the inscriptions in here? What are the runes? And what are the BTC in here? Or even what are the sats in here? Exactly. So yeah, this is just the first step. to make this actually usable. Yeah. Do you have any other stuff, Casey?
I'm not sure that I like calling this output here. I think I prefer to call it outpoint because an output is like conceptually, there's like a TX out, there's other, an output conceptually is the TX out. So I think calling it outpoint is maybe more specific.
Okay. 2251. So all the references to output should be outpoint.
I think so.
Point. Should I then also call it get output inf? No, get outpoint if no output info. No, not outpoint info. That's still.
I think calling it get output info is fine. It's like you're
Yeah.
asking about an outpoint, and the thing you happen to be passing in is an outpoint.
Yeah.
So I think that's fine. I think also the API return value, like this should be outpoint instead of output, and that is a breaking change, which we should probably not do. Here.
Yeah. Why did it just rename it? Oh, I think we call it. This is fine because this is just the helper function.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I
Oh,
confused it
yeah.
with a struct builder.
Yeah. I know. Like, yeah, I think this is fine. So this should be fine. And we call it an outpoint in here. So yeah, this should be fine. Then, Casey, if you want to have a, oh, you're not seeing my screen. If you, yeah, I'll just let you finish, and then I have some stuff.
How did it build on oh yeah, the regex.
I cleaned it up a bit.
Oh, I think the P and Q, like you can just remove the P and Q and put it in here, right?
But I don't think there's addresses that would be BCR or BC1M, for example. That's not a valid address.
It's true. That future SegWit versions would have a new identifier. Would have a new prefix.
Okay. So yeah, so I should remove the Q and the P and then remove half of those.
Yep.
And then extend the size to 60.
Yep.
Instead of 59.
Yep. And maybe add a test in RE, like just generate a couple, like just literally generate some dummy addresses and make sure that they match in a test. Like just generate all zeros addresses and see that they match, I guess.
I mean, we never do any RE tests.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, whatever, you know.
Okay. I'll remove the P's and the Q's.
Address, place.
Should I oh
I think probably we should not return the JSON as just a vec of outputs. because that will be a breaking change. Like,
But that's fine. We haven't made a release yet.
that's true. I mean, however, it will mean that we'll have to do a breaking change in the future if we change what is returned from this endpoint. Like, for example, if we want to, from the API, return the sum of the Bitcoin held in the outputs, we wouldn't have a field to do so.
Yeah, so this is not a recursive endpoint, so we are allowed to do some breaking things. I definitely don't want to just return the out points. This is just to keep this PR small. It's basically just a placeholder.
Okay. I mean, so
before
yeah,
the
prefer to
release.
do it in another PR, that's fine too.
Yeah, I definitely want to do more. Like, this is like not really usable at the moment. Like, it gives you a list of outputs, and then you can like click through the outputs, but like you want aggregated and some like kind of information.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
If our address match, okay. Cool. Special outputs. Did you do a test where you can see multiple out points in an address?
Yeah. If you go to the index, if you open up the index and then scroll down, or maybe it's in the server, but let's look in the index. There. So if you go up a bit, up. So yeah, I create two outputs. You see the first TXID, I create two outputs. I check that they're both in there. I pull the first one out because I have to reference, or the second one out because I have to reference it.
Okay. Yep, looks good. Yep.
Wait, can you look at the index one more time? Can you open the index and go to line 2066 or something?
2066?
Yeah, it should be one of the green areas around 2200. Yes. Maybe a bit. Wait, 2200? Oh yeah, now the section all went away. Get output info. Can you expand the get output info to below, on the bottom? Oh, below that, there, yeah. A bit more. Since I just, yeah, go down a bit, Wait, where's, oh yeah, here, exactly. One more, open one more down, open up the div, yeah. So it says get inscription on output, and then it says get root balance for out point. So I just like to make those consistent. Let's make get inscriptions in output and then get rune balance in output.
Get inscriptions on output and get rune balance of output.
Okay. Get inscriptions on output and then get rune balance for output.
Yep. We could also do get inscriptions for output. That's fine too, if you want them to be consistent.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Charlie, I thought of something really funny.
Yeah, what's up?
I think that me and Raf's biggest contribution to Bitcoin is going to be creating these two very popular protocols and then not adding features that introduce MEV.
Best of luck. You'll let other people do it.
No, because they'll fucking fail. They'll fucking fail. They're not gonna fork this fucking protocol. They're not gonna add their stupid bullshit. They're too fucking stupid. They're too fucking disorganized.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
It's hard to fork things.
You're jinxing it, Casey.
It's hard to fork things. Come at me, bro. Open your fucking shitty PRs to add your fucking shitty ass AMMs. I'll fucking close that shit.
Did you see Rindell's pay your fees with runes idea?
Don't do that. Please don't do that.
Count abstraction. Okay, does it look good, Casey?
Yeah.
I can give you some, if you can approve it, and then I can share my screen and show people. It's actually running already on a test server. I'm a bit disappointed at how large it is.
How big is it?
It's more than I calculated. So I did a theoretical calculation, and I was kind of off. So let's go here.
That's the second answer.
It's happening again, Raf. Think your satellite's going around the wrong side of the Earth right now.
Hello. Raf, long time no see.
Hey, am I back?
You're back.
Can people see me?
We are so back.
Okay. So it's running here on Charlie, and you can see the index is unfortunately about 100 gigs larger.
100 gigs.
Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong. Yeah, I don't know what I did here. But we're tracking every output. So we're also tracking provably prunable outputs like op returns and stuff like that, which most address indexes do not do. So we're doing a lot here. There's also a couple of optimizations that I can do in the database. For example, at the moment, the script pub key is it's a key of bytes, but it's not fixed size. So the keys are not fixed size because they're variable length. So there is a lot of potentially fragmentation in the database, which leads to more space amplification. I could use a hash of the script pub key instead, which would make them a fixed size. So there's a bunch of little optimizations you can do. So yeah, I think before a release, I have to kind of think this over.
Do you have the current RAM consumption as well?
9 gigs. This is in steady state, so this is now finished indexing. I was watching it all the time, kind of a little bit. It never went over 40 gigs, so it never consumed more than 40 gigs of RAM during the whole indexing process. So that's fine. CPU, our whole indexing process is not CPU bound, so CPU usage is always very low. It's all just basically RAM and write speed to disk that makes the indexing slow, or is the bottleneck. And so, yeah, if you want to check out the address index, you can go to Charlie Ordinals net. Inscriptions won't load because of CSP headers, but you can kind of put in an address. I don't know. Does somebody have an address?
Somebody throw an address out.
Post an address to something. I'll look it up. So yeah, you don't see the inscriptions here because we set the CSP header as ordinals.com. So if you look here, you'll see a bunch of errors. These are all CSP stuff. Yeah, okay, I'll take this address, put it in here. It doesn't have any outputs. Does it actually have no outputs? Oh, this is actually interesting now.
Look it up on mempool.space.
Oh, it has 2 transactions.
Both spent outputs though, because they're red.
But both of them are spent. So
click the red until you get to a green. No, click the red arrow. That'll take you to the spending transaction.
Okay, let's go here.
So then you click you can
the
copy
green one, no?
Yeah, copy the address of the green one.
Whoa, okay. So this is how it looks. It's literally just outputs. So then if you click into an output, you can see, oh, there's an inscription. Of course, this inscription doesn't show because of the CSP header, because this is behind our load balancer. But yeah,
Go back
instead
to
of, sorry?
those should be sorted.
Sorted. Yeah.
I think what's happening. I think what's happening is that we serialize them with the little endian. Like they get outputs get serialized as the TXID and then the little endian hash and the little endian outpoint, which means that they will be sorted on the least significant digit of the outpoint, which is why look at you can see the pattern there. It's like 1, 257, 2, 258, because the least significant digit of 258 is 2.
Yeah.
So before we display them in the template, we should sort them.
Sure. I mean, we're gonna get rid of this anyways. Like, this is not a good view.
I mean, how hard is it, bro? Come on.
To sort them.
Yeah.
Not hard.
I won't even make you write a test for it.
Then address. Get address. Dot sort. I don't know.
It takes a mute and doesn't return anything. So you have to declare it as mutable and then sort.
Okay. Happy?
Yep, very happy.
And we can check it. I'll just deploy it. Let me push this first. Deploy address index like this. Let's hope shit doesn't crash. But yeah, like this, we're gonna make this prettier. Like, I don't think, maybe we'll show outputs, but like what people want to see is inscriptions and runes and Bitcoin value. They don't want to see this low-level output stuff.
Yeah, I think next thing would be showing a Bitcoin balance would be nice, like of all the outputs, and then although that will be expensive, right?
I mean, yeah, for every output you call like get output info, and then yeah, you do some iterators and stuff like that. But that's all CPU stuff mostly. That's
As long as
some
we don't have to request the transaction, it's fine.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think the transaction has to be requested. We'll see. We'll find a way. So now it's sorted. Voila.
It's voila.
Hey, voila. Nice and sorted. Damn, look at all of this in here. This is a crazy output. So yeah, that's that. Are we happy with this?
I'm happy with it.
Okay, me too. Then let's merge it. So yeah, the next step is kind of, yeah, aggregating information, and then also everywhere where we have an address, just all over the place. Like if you go to an inscription, we show the address of the inscription. So putting links everywhere, so it references to the address page. Yeah. Cool. Approved. We'll merge. Add. Track addresses of all unspent outputs.
Uh-huh. I would just say maybe index unspent outputs. Or index addresses. I don't know. It's up to you.
Okay, index addresses, whatever. People know. Index addresses, cool. Yeah, all of this code is open source. GitHub.com ordinals/ord. Cool. And I think now we have we wanted to talk about some recursive endpoints, I think.
There was one quick question that was
Oh, there's a
requested.
question.
Can you guys, quote, can you guys also address the pre-mine output? Current situation is putting the pre-mine in a 10,000 UTXO and consuming the wallet balance.
Wait, I don't understand.
I didn't
I think they
understand.
don't. I think they don't like the 10K sats that we use as postage for the
Oh, okay. I think you can do ord wallet mint help. Oh yeah, I guess you should be able to. Can you do postage? How do I show the help? Ah, here. You can set the postage for your mint over here.
Yep.
So if you're unhappy with the 10K, so you do ord wallet mint,
But
and then you postage.
yeah, I think, but the pre-mine is default to 10K. Is it if you do the
When
what
you
is
do
it, the
the
turbo
etching,
feature or the
when you do the etching,
the etching?
in the etching you can set something similar. So if we open vim ord bash.yaml, you can set the postage here. So yeah, when you do an etching, you set the postage to whatever you want, like this, and then the output should be the postage. Maybe we had it's an oversight and we forgot to do that, but this should work. Okay, it doesn't work for the pre-mine. Okay, good. Then let's open an issue for that.
But you can't setting it. You can't set it.
Yeah, here 9 said that it doesn't work for the pre-mine output.
I see. Yeah.
Which might be an oversight on our end. Etching pre-mine output should be configurable via postage. Zack. Labels. Is it a bug? Yeah, maybe. Enhancement, whatever. And let's just put this in the to-do. Whatever. Cool. I hope that answers the question. Yeah. So yeah, we'll fix that. That's an easy fix. It's just setting the thing somewhere correctly. Cool. Get done with this. Okay. Any more questions before we move on? Oh, okay. So recursive endpoints. Let's have a look. What did I? So this is the thing we did last time. Here, it's maybe interesting for you as well, Charlie. I already showed this to Casey.
Oh, this is cool.
Look,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a bunch of features that we'll never implement.
I mean, look at this. The address index. I now can put a red dash through this.
Okay.
An Excali draw. Wait, maybe it's still loaded actually. Oops, in history. Shouldn't be anything interesting in here. Ah, yeah, it's still loaded. So maybe we can put a red dash in here. Stroke. Oh no, I don't want to. Fucking hell. How do I go back? Do a line. Make it red.
Nope. Your audio's fucked again.
The satellite had to circumnavigate the world again. Every 23 minutes it happens.
Oh, Raph is like extra fucked now.
Am I back?
You're back.
Turn off your camera. I think your shit's fucked.
Yeah, it's maybe my internet. Who knows? Is it better now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. You can see my screen?
Yep.
So yeah, just a quick overview. I kind of split things up into like the main things. We have two protocols that we're supporting right now. One is Ordinals, one is Runes, and then there's a couple features that we want to maybe do in these respective protocols. And then on the bottom, Ord basically does two things. It's a wallet, and then it's also an indexer / explorer. And then like features that would be good to have in either. So yeah, we did the address index. And yeah, for Ordinals, we want to do some recursive endpoints. We want a parent endpoint, a transaction endpoint. We want some performance improvements, and then also add an address endpoint somehow. And then we also want to burn inscriptions. So we want to add burning to everything, like burn inscriptions, burn sats, burn runes, burn BTC. Yeah, so some people had some suggestions and some open PRs for recursive endpoints. Let's see what we have here. So this is now merged. You can archive this. Let's just go to the pull requests. Update list fetch child inscription without using get raw transaction. It's interesting. The R children, and we also had a parent one. Add parent recursive endpoint. This one is probably easy to do. Let's look at the parent one first, since it's up here. It's the first one. So let's have a look. Cool. So yeah, what's the parent's endpoint? Casey, are you paying attention?
Yes, barely.
We can't do too long today, so let's just like push through here.
It's pizza day. We have to go eventually.
Yeah, I don't have that much time. I have to catch a train early in the morning. So parent endpoint. So we have a child endpoint, which given a inscription ID from a parent, it gives you all the children. Mm-hmm. And since now we have the ability to have multiple parents, it makes sense to do the other way around, where given a child, we want to know the parents. And as with the other endpoints, they also need to be paginated. So here the Forkish did both of these. And then Elok said that Gmart did something here as well. I approved it, then I changed my mind. But then he fixed it, and then let's have a look. Okay, so our parents' inscription ID, parents recursive, and then the same for the page. Mm-hmm. Seems good. It conforms to the same as with the children endpoint. Then we have this kind of helper function. For the recursive one, we get page 0. This seems good. And then we have the actual pagination. So we parse out of the path, the page, and the inscription ID. And then we get the inscription entry for the child, and then get the parents paginated, of course, and then we return them in JSON.
Sure.
Looks good to you, Casey?
Yeah.
And then we have a nice test here. So we have, so we create a bunch of parents. We create 111 parents. We do this by using our inscription template here, or transaction template, and just like looping through. This makes sense to me. We mine a block, so we start at I+2. And then we insert them into the inputs, and then we broadcast that. Oh no, this is, so we create the child, I think, here. Insert them into the parents. We broadcast it. We get the inscription ID of the the child, and then we kind of get the first parent, the 100th parent, the 101st to kind of test pagination, and then the last parent. Then we get the JSON from this recursive endpoints for the inscription ID, and we assert that it's only 100, which is what we want. We paginate 100. We check that the first one is the first, the last one is the 100th. We check that there's more, so that we know that there's more parents. And then we go to the second page. We check that it's 11. We check that the first one is the 101st. We check that the last one is the 111th. We check that it's not, that there's not any more. And then we, I guess we also check the page index. Seems good to me. What do you think, Casey?
Looks good to me.
Okay.
What's the actual implementation?
What's the what?
Yeah, that parent's recursive.
Yeah, that's the actual one.
Yeah, sure. Looks good to me.
Yeah. Cool. And we approve it. LGTM. And then we update the branch. And then we squash merge it. Add. Oh, wait. Cancel. Do we have it in the docs?
No.
Oh, yeah. No,
Okay.
here. Yeah, here. It was collapsed. So cool. So we have our parent's inscription ID, the first 100 parent inscription IDs, our parent inscription ID page, the set of 100 parent inscription IDs on page. Yeah, cool. So this is absolutely perfect PR and ready to go. Add parent recursive endpoint. Nice. Cool. So I was told, I'm unsure which one I should look at next. If someone in the chat could give me a hint. Is it like Gmart's one up here? Is it the one, this one is also a different endpoint. We can look at it in a bit. Or is it the, I guess we have a delegate value to inscription endpoint as well. This is also interesting. Child, is there something? Fetch child inscriptions without using raw transaction. Yeah, let's look at this one first, I guess. I don't even know if it's a recursive endpoint. Okay, so add our children inscription ID inscriptions. Interesting. In case, okay, so here was the other one. Okay, let me have a look. So in cases, this version avoids doing any get raw transaction calls at the cost of not returning the following fields: content type, content length, delegate, and value. And on my system, this fetches the first 100 Pizzanilla children in about 50 milliseconds compared to milliseconds using the previous PR. That's about 150 times faster. Turns out fetching the raw transaction is kind of slow. So yeah, at the moment, when we kind of load the content of inscription, we always go to Bitcoin Core. And then we kind of go to the witness where the content is stored, parse it out, and then determine content type, content length, and all this stuff. So why are we doing this? What is the motivation here? Because we do have a child endpoint. Let's go here. Recursion. So we do have children, and it just returns the inscription IDs. So you guys are unhappy because you want to bulk fetch inscription details. Okay. So what details are you getting here? Back inscription recursive, which fetches the charms, the fee, the ID, the number. So interesting. So is this enough for what your use case is? So this doesn't fetch the content, which is fine. Because you can get the content, you have to get it anyways from the content endpoint. We would never return the actual content from a recursive endpoint. Or I guess not from the /r endpoint, we would always return it from the content endpoint, which is also a recursive endpoint over here. So this basically just gets what we already have in our database. So it's fast because we don't have to go through Bitcoin Core. Yes, if we mine the IDs instead of getting the contents.
Damn, Gmart wrote a test. Sweet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna scroll through here and have a look. Child inscriptions. It's paginated. I guess it gives you all of this information. Then you have our children inscription ID inscriptions page. Seems fine to me. Let's go to the. We probably need to document this as well. So we need somewhere in the docs that this exists. Just on first glance, the endpoints look fine to me. Inscription ID inscription data, no inscriptions. What do you think, Casey?
He's not here.
He's not there. Okay. So yeah, let's look at the function here. We have again a nice helper function, which references the pagination function. So we get the inscription and we get.
Damn. Satellites going around the Earth again, Raph. You'll have to wait 10 seconds.
I'm back.
Raph's having to wait for his internet to do the thing again.
Back?
I think you're back. Yep.
Am I back?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. I don't know where I left off. I was looking at this function over here. Yeah, this seems all very, very standard. We go through the inscription IDs. We get the sat point. I mean, this could probably be made functional, but this is fine.
We should add to the documentation something about the fact that the size of pages is not guaranteed.
What do you mean?
Like, one way that we have of reducing the impact of these calls is to reduce the number of entries that each one returns in these like paginated recursive endpoint calls. So for example, we could force you to fetch them like 10 at a time, which would kind of like throttle them a little bit. I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, it means that, you know, these things like load more slowly. Like that the calling inscription would have to like do this work and churn through this bullshit. So maybe we should that like, oh yeah, we might change the size of the pages, you know?
Yeah. It's probably fine.
But I mean, this seems fine to me.
Yeah. This is just weird.
Elok might have an opinion on this.
I'm just seeing Trevor wanted to say something about this, the motivation. I don't know.
I can invite Trevor and Elok up on this topic. What's up, Trevor?
Sure.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Yeah, so do you want me to explain like the use case or?
Yeah. What is exactly kind of what you are building with this, and what limitations you ran into with the traditional way?
Yeah, so
Just for
basically it's a on-chain Tamagotchi pet that is going to.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, I guess I'm Trevor now. I was gonna say, can we just add this to the child field if we're not like changing the performance? Like add a new field, or are we like, do we want to set a policy where we just make a new endpoint and not add fields to recursive endpoints?
The policy for recursive endpoints is that we may add fields. I think. Wait, let me read this. So here's the policy. Since changes to recursive endpoints, I'm reading up here. Since changes to recursive endpoints might break inscriptions that rely on them, recursive endpoints have backwards compatibility guarantees not shared by ORD servers' other endpoints. In particular, recursive endpoints will not be removed. Object fields returned by recursive endpoints will not be renamed or changed types. However, additional object fields may be added or reordered, so inscriptions must handle additional unexpected fields and must not expect fields to be returned in a specific order. So if we look at the children endpoint, it returns a list of IDs. So we can't really change this ID struct because it's a vec.
Well, we could add a new one that returns objects, an array of objects with the information.
Yeah, and then it would return like everything 2 times. So it would return the IDs plus the information beneath again, which I think is unelegant.
Is it worse than like having a new endpoint to do the same thing?
I don't know. I'm trying
But if
to.
it slows down the current child endpoint, it's probably not worth it, right?
Probably not, but this one only goes to the database, so it's minimally slower. So if we look here, so what do we do? So we do this call, we do this call, which is the same. So we do this call, we do this call, I guess, and then we get the inscription entry for every one of these. So, or we do 2 times. So yeah, this is actually like a bunch more.
I brought Trevor back up because he got rugged. He's trying to post a link to shill his project, but I thought, given that it was relevant on the endpoints.
Sorry, guys, I deserved that. I deserve to get rugged for posting a link. So yeah, basically it's like the game starts at a certain block height, and then the pet will die if you don't like inscribe children. And so you like have to inscribe children as like a food or other items. And so you have like a certain number of blocks, 288 blocks, where the health goes down over time. And so basically we need to get the children of the pet, and then we need to know when it was inscribed at what block height to determine if the pet is dead or alive, if like people fed their pet and cared for their pet in time. And then there's like if they do everything, like there's an end to the game and they survive kind of thing, or they die and then it never comes back to life forever.
And the existing endpoints are just too many calls?
Yeah, exactly. Because it will take about like 40 plus children to inscribe over like 2 months, something like that, maybe to get to the end. So it would be, and also there's different things you can do. So it's like kind of like you can play it how you want. So but we're limiting it to 100 children, basically, just 1 page. So yeah, we want to reduce the.
What about like we have the parent endpoint, so that gives you like more data to work with, because like you could maybe have multiple children be parents down the line or something.
And so having kind of this information is enough?
Yeah, because like the content would obviously be ideal, but or at least getting a delegate ID would be ideal from a user experience point. But we're gonna get around it by working with like the different inscription services to mine specific IDs, and so we're gonna be essentially putting the content in the IDs to get around that. So that way, it's not like it's not the most elegant, it's not the most elegant solution, but it works. And I think it's badass that it works. So, you know.
That's crazy. So you're like hashing or like changing stuff in the transaction until you get the transaction ID that you want.
Yeah, like the first 2 digits.
Oh, interesting. Okay, the first 2 digits. Okay.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
would be cool if it would take, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long it takes to jiggle the transactions and mine these, but yeah, it'd be kind of cool if you could like put the name of the item or something like in the thing, but I think we'll just settle with like a 01, 02, 03.
interesting. Charms, fee, height, ID, number, output, set, timestamp, set point. Okay. I mean, just like looking over this seems fine. I haven't looked at the test. Definitely needs to have an entry in the docs, just like over here, like an example, and then also an entry in here. Yeah. Okay, cool. This is merged. Wait, is this merged? Cool. Any thoughts, Casey?
About what?
About this endpoint?
I mean, it looks okay to me, you know?
So, but okay, so if you're gonna mine it through the inscription ID anyways, why do you need all this other information?
We did that in case like, cause it was like free basically, I think. So we want to just give people other stuff if they wanted it. I mean, if we wanted to like the most strict version of this, it would just be like the block height for this our purposes. But I thought like I think other people are gonna make, you know, like similar block height based kind of games.
Oh, okay, so you also need the height. So the height in combination with the first 2 digits of the inscription ID gives you the information you need.
Yes, yes. And then the other stuff is like for other people that want to do other similar games and maybe they'll utilize somehow, like maybe if you're charms or something, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the other information is basically for free because, I mean, from a database standpoint, except for maybe the stat point, but like it's the same call, so it shouldn't. From a database standpoint, it doesn't make this slower. Only from a bandwidth sending stuff, it makes it a bit more. But these things are not big values. These are like some things, maybe 32 bytes here. Like this is all, or not 32 bytes, but 60. Oh, 32. Yeah. So I think this is fine. If we add something to the docs, then it looks good to me. I'm fine with this.
Awesome. So
cool.
Where do we add the
maybe a comment or if you could add some docs and also an example call, that would be great. Quest changes. Cool. So this is now projects. Just gonna put this in blocked. So remember to look at this. And then this is the one that kind of gives you more information. Yeah. Well, I'll look at this later. Added parents to recursive endpoint. What is this? Okay, this got merged. Cool. Yeah, I think we can work with this. Then we have another one that has to do something with recursive endpoints, which is the fee rate percentiles. So I don't know if you guys know, but we have this relatively new endpoint called block info. And if you have a look at what it returns, it gives you like a bunch of stuff about the block. Like you could do something with fee rate. You could do something with the time. You can do something with a total fee. Whatever you can. There's a bunch of stuff to play around with here. And now the proposal here was to add fee rate percentiles. So to add a VEC that gives you the 10th, the 25th, the 50th, and the 75th and the 90th percentile of fees, which gives you a little bit more information than just, the average, the max, and the median. So it's a bit better view into the distribution of fees. Am I still there? Or am I gone again?
You're good. You're here.
Okay. So let's have a look. Fee rate percentiles. Note, fee rate percentiles are fee rates at the 10th, 25th, and 90th percentile.
Oh, fuck them. Mike's fucked, bro. Damn, what is up with this German internet, man? Can't they do anything right?
I think it's the sun waves hitting us, like delayed aftershocks of that sun blast.
Yeah, definitely that. Yeah.
Okay. Is it better now?
I think so,
Am
yeah.
I there?
Yep.
Okay. You seeing this, Casey?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think this is fine. Should the question here is like, should it be a dictionary or should it just be a VEC of values? That's the only question I have here.
Just be a VEC. I think a VEC is fine.
Yeah, and then a note above that says what represents what.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, we have the fee rate percentiles. U64.5, that seems fine. And then we just put them into here. They're already in the block info call, so it's not more expensive. And then we have, some tests in here. Let's just return them. Seems fine to me. Maybe we change this to sat per vbyte. Note, fee rate percentiles are fee rates at the 10th percentile in sat per vbyte. Or, Casey, in sat per vbyte? In sat per vbyte?
Sats/VB. No. You never capitalize V. Just V, uppercase V, no YTE.
Like this?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, seems good to me. I'm gonna request changes. Looks good. Just a small nit. Cool. So now we've looked at this. A bunch of recursive endpoints. Add delegate value to inscription endpoint. Add delegate ID to the inscription ID endpoint. If there's no delegate, then the response doesn't include that field. Casey, do you know if we allow multiple delegates?
I don't
No.
remember. I don't think so.
I mean, let's look at the index.
Yeah, we only do one.
We only do one? Okay. Entry, inscription entry. Where's the delegate? Oh, it's in the. Oh yeah, we get it from with get raw transaction. Let's have a look. Yeah. So yeah, this is kind of where we do the get transaction. So inscription recursive, we go through here, we get the inscription, we get the entry, we get the sats, we get the output. Yeah, we already get the output like this. This is crazy. Why do we do this?
Bro,
It's
who
not
knows?
smart. Yeah, whatever, we can't change it. What do we do with this output? Delegate. I'm gonna go into here. I want to see what we're doing. Subcommand server, and then it's 945. Here, inscription recursive. So what do we do with the output? Oh, for the value. Interesting. Interesting. Casey, we could get this actually from the database.
Get what from the database?
So we get this out point here,
Mhm.
but we get it from index.getTransaction, which makes a call to Bitcoin. But then we only use the output down here to get the value. But we have a database called.
Is this the value that is currently in the inscription? The current value?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, oh wait, sorry, wait. Yeah, it's satpoint.outpoint.txid. So it's the current output that holds the inscription over here. So we could actually go to the database and be like outpoint to value, and get it over here. Yeah, I'm not going to do this in this PR, but I'm going to make a note. Yeah, making recursive inscriptions more efficient. This is what the stream is all about. Let's make a new issue. Gets output value of recursive inscription endpoint from database instead of Bitcoin Core. Cool. Basically, FN inscription recursive. FN inscription recursive. Okay, that should be enough. Find this. It's actually pretty easy to do, so I'll just put it in the tracker to do. Enhancement. Cool. Cool. Seems fine to me. Cool. I think that's it for the recursive endpoints for now. There's probably some other stuff. Let's have a look. So we added to this one. This goes away. Add delegate value to inscription endpoint.
I had a question about issue 3700. I guess it's like a recursive endpoint kind of thing. So on
Issue
the like, returning the.
Could you link it in the?
Oh yeah.
3700. Let's look. Here. Have some way to return content on the envelope if there is a delegate. It would be nice if there was some way to return the content inside the envelope of a delegate inscription. This would be useful for generative encryption. For example, a 3D scene that uses GLP file inside the content, and the scene is rendered by the delegate inscription. We can get unique data, however, we can't create unique fields for delegates.
Yeah, I think this is useful. It's like if you want to use the content of the delegator as the
Yeah.
delegator as input to the delegatee.
Yeah. This seems fine. Has somebody done some work on this?
No, I was just like